submit your score, sir. Thank you. I know, it's slow. They're very slow, I'm aware.
That's all right. We're all a little slow around here, buddy.
That's for sure. Curtis, you're up.
Curtis, you're up. Curtis.
Jose, you're up. Curtis, you can hit a couple balls if you want.
Who's Jose playing?
Curtis.
Oh, he's gonna practice a little bit while you tell him to do it.
It's fine.
Go. I'm sure when you miss, you felt real stupid, right? Those outs, like 2 or 3 ball outs, that happen a lot. Like you gotta make sure you yell every time. You don't just say, "Wow, all right, fine." Yell every time. Don't fuck up once in a while. Don't fuck up. Don't be this like. It was only in the pocket. That wasn't like intentional, bro. Not at all. It wasn't at all. Sometimes you just want to win.
Sorry, I
No, I do the same thing too.
that's my like real big, yeah. You get like way too quick.
I was thinking of a shot. I was exhausted. I thought Louis was good.
So I got this is my second one.
Louis doesn't work. He's like that.
I've been playing on diamonds everywhere else I went.
I didn't even see that. You went off on stupidity. Oh.
Lucy and I do $5 action. I'm already gonna play in a little bit.
You want to do $5? Go for it. Whatever you want.
$5 for rack? Wanna do $5 for rack?
myself, sorry. You and Bernie are gonna play on 13, right?
Yeah, the other one is playing 12. 13?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Bernie, 13. Amazin Billiards. Yep.
My friends Toby and Alex asked me to like open the snooker again because they've got two people.
Someone just called me to come get it.
Oh, someone just called you.
Yeah.
Houston, you're up. What's up?
Two people.
Andy, you're on 10.
Which one?
This one right here, you can go upstairs. Okay. Just you?
Just you. Two. Two. Alright, you're here.
What's up, my friend? Good, man. How you doing? Doing well, brother. Thank God I'm eating great.
No early 9 ball?
It's not too great.
Please remember to check the bracket board on your phones for updated matches. Andy and Phil on 10, Dennis and Jose on 12. Are you getting texts, Jose? Jose, you're up. Are you getting the text?
I'm cool right now.
So you're getting the text messages?
Yeah, I'm good.
You are? Okay. I sent the other guy a text. Called here to tell me that the phone number is in the wrong thing. So I'll try to fix it for you.
Yeah.
But if you play digital pool tournament, for whatever reason, the number hooks you right to this other guy's number, even though it's from Massachusetts.
Okay.
It's weird. I'll try to get it fixed though.
Okay. Well, I think I'll take a minute here and do some fun stuff with this match since it's a pretty good one. We actually have quite a few good matches tonight, and I think they're going to keep going, honestly. I mean, we had 16 players, but the field is pretty great. I mean, we got 600, 630, 679, 656, 557. There's some good players. Yeah, 630. Like I missed a couple, but yeah, it's a good field with some really good matches. That last hill was pretty good. Curtis had a big lead and almost lost there, but I think Jose made a mistake trying to 3-foul him a few times personally. So I don't actually know. So we'll see. I haven't watched any of this. I've been running around trying to do some things, other things. Amazin Billiards. Yep. Yeah, where do you want me to put it? What case? Oh, okay. portrait. Playing with them?
Like, no, we are just holding on. I think they will finish like in half an hour or something. Do you have something to fry? Yeah. Like sandpaper and
Okay, so I think I might be done being distracted. Probably not. Obviously, tons of stuff going on here, so you can only imagine with all the things coming up. But I just have so much. But I did want to come on here and talk to you guys because I think there's a few of you watching. It seems like quite a few. Like 60 of you. Not bad for Tuesday. So hello. I think Ron's going to get out here if he can just get this ball down. You got to decide whether to bump it or take a longer shot on the 8. Or just drag it or bump it. That's what I mean. Got like that. Especially there. He kind of dragged it, but at the same time, he let up on the stroke and the drag's just going to kill the cue ball. So I'd say he came out pretty good though, all things considered. But yeah, we'll sweat this 9 ball and then go from there. Talk about a couple of things. Wow. Looks like he just hit the nipple there and jarred it. Of course, I guess it's a good time to talk about multiple things. I was supposed to do some things today, and I've just been so crazy busy. It's unbelievable. Plus, you know, gotta sleep eventually. All right, can Anderson get it down? I'm sure he's going to hammer this. Yep. I think, you know, shooting the ball like that hard. Wow, is that going to go in? Nope. It's going to dress up. I'd say it dressed up pretty good. I'm surprised he's even making him shoot it. It is a little bit awkward. You can kind of see it here. Cameras are zoomed out right now, but it's kind of a unique picture of the room, really. All right, so he gets it down. So, just in case some of you missed it the other day, we'll talk about a couple of players coming to the McDermott tournament. The McDermott Classic, rather. Playing in the 9-ball division. The one and only Albin Ocean. Check it out. What do you guys think about this? I'm sure most of you probably already watched the stream yesterday with Mike. Mike did an excellent job. Mike absolutely crushes it, so huge thank you to Mike DeMarco. I mean, without Mike DeMarco, I don't even know what I would do with myself. It's definitely a community effort. And not just Mike, but Tiffany. Tiffany was a huge, huge help, and Chris Friedman came in and helped out also, so it's really nice to have support, I gotta say. Really nice. All right, let's go back to the match here for a second. And then in a minute, I'll drop another one. And then maybe I'll drop a new one on here that no one's seen yet. Yeah, Anderson just seems like he's going so low on that cue ball. And when you go that low, if you're not hitting it perfectly center, it's going to deflect so much. So much deflection on a shot like that. So you really got to be careful when do you really need to go that low. And believe it or not, there's actually a diminishing point of returns on how low you go. You're actually going to get more draw not at the miscue point. For all you Dr. Dave fans out there, maybe you know that already. But yeah, just feel like going that low on the cue ball when you don't need to is just going to really make things tough. I'm going to be right back in 1 sec.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I got it. Andy, of course, didn't send his over. That sounds about right. Why did Andy do anything right? Like hit the fucking button on the time that he comes
Alright,
to
Paul,
all
I
the
gotta
time.
go. I'll see you soon, buddy, alright?
See you later. So it's pretty annoying when they don't just hit the button, you know what I mean?
Yeah, to submit it.
Because then I'm like not paying attention, which is my own fault, but it's like, you know. It's all good. Honestly, they're supposed to do something for me about that, but I'm supposed to make it after 30 seconds, it does it automatically.
Oh, that would be cool.
Right.
Yeah.
15 seconds I would be okay with. You know, because then if the guy's not paying attention, then we're good. Looks like he did it. Maybe it was just perfect timing. I'm gonna put you guys on. Oh, that's interesting. I just did that. That's interesting. I just did that. It's not though. It says it is, but it's not. Alright.
I'm trying to break it today.
I am. Alright. See something. See something. I'd like to really have it. Not like it's not good. It is really good, but
Whatever. You both got a plan.
no, it's not the table. It's the system.
The lights?
No, the table's fine. It's just that the system's doing weird shit. I'm just talking to myself. That's fucking crazy. It's doing that. Okay, after this. So, you guys are way ahead of everything anyways.
We don't have to play right now, right?
I'm just gonna put you up.
Alright.
Alright, that works. So, alright.
Yeah.
Round 9.
We're gonna start.
Okay.
Like 2 versus.
Yep. Yep.
You got my attention, I'm gonna do it.
Broke, but he put the 9. We're like 99% that he put the 9 on the wing. Should we, like, how should we go about that?
Illegal break, so the same standards would apply as always.
Okay.
So you can either break if you want, or you can call it a foul and play the rack from there
So I'm allowed to break
if you want.
or play with a foul. Okay.
See what I mean? That 1 second turned into like 5 minutes. It's just how it goes. It's just how it goes. Just how it goes sometimes. But I decided to put it up like this for a second because you got Richie Britt in the background with Curtis Hill. So you can kind of sweat both of them right now like this. Or you know what? Maybe this is even better angle, honestly. And we can zoom it in a touch for you guys. So it's Hill in the background. And it's tied 2-2 here. So just so you know. And of course, if you guys don't know for some reason by now, I'm very disappointed, but it's okay. You can watch all the tables. They're streaming. You go to the bracket, you watch it. Now, if you're ever having trouble in the bracket, because I know there's some kinks once in a while that I've been aware of, that sometimes it's, I'm not sure what it is, sometimes it's people's service. That's a really common one. Sometimes it is the bracket link itself is not working. You can go to digitalpool.net/Amazin. And that will let you watch the live cameras even when there's not a match, so you can spy on people if you want. There's a nice pro tip. But if you're ever having trouble searching through the bracket, you can just go to digitalpool.net/Amazin. So Curtis looks like he's going to come with one big draw shot to get on the 7. Yeah, he's got a good chance to get out there. He's right in line. I'm going to set this up pretty soon in a different manner so we can really check in on other tables and much higher quality going forward. Yeah, so Curtis missed that one. How's he going to turn out? Oh, he's got to be happy with that miss. If there ever was such a thing. Get a different angle here. There should be in the back on the table back there. Alright, so Richie, I'm not sure what he's doing. Maybe I can get a different angle on this one for a second. Just to sweat the Hill one. See if we can't sweat it. There we go. That's a little better. It's a little zoomed in too much, but that's the fun part about having about 100 cameras. Not really, but I do literally have like 8 cameras on this main table. And you can see almost the whole main room from here, so it's pretty fun for these moments. It's like NFL Red Zone. Alright, so it looks like Richie's just going for a safe. So, containing safety. Curtis will probably shoot a similar shot and try to get him way back there. If he can thin it and bump into the bump into the 8 maybe with the 7 and hold it, but it's really easy to let the 7 get away from you. Or you just thin it so much. It's like one of those shots where you basically have to be willing to miss it to hit it good enough to thin it like that. I swear, when I see people actually whiff the ball, I feel like they actually played a good shot and almost made it. I know that sounds crazy, but it's just true. Meanwhile, over here, hanging 9 ball for Ron, who's certainly going to try and draw into this. I'm 100% certain he's going for the win right here. And like I said with Curtis, he did bump the 8 ball with the 7, so that's the shot for. So a really nice shot, and he overhit it, but he made the bank. Wonder if he was trying the bank or not there. So, yeah, I don't know if you guys remember NFL Red Zone. I actually wanted to do something with Digital Pool. And I'm sure we'll do these things eventually. There's just so much stuff going on with Digital Pool. And basically what it would be, a couple different things, but obviously I have the tables streaming. And, of course, it's tied into the bracket, so there would be a way that whenever it's Hill, that there could be like a channel that would pop up, or an overlay that I could turn on and off, and it would just zoom in on the Hill match. So you could just sweat it, just like Red Zone, if you guys know what Red Zone is. If you don't, it was like an NFL thing, where whenever they got to like the 5 or 10 yard line, it would zoom in on it, you know, so for the action, the really heavy action parts of the games, on a Sunday. So there's some really cool things coming for the future pool guys. I can't stress it enough. There you go, he whiffed it, like I said. So I don't know if he could see it or not on that shot, but sometimes you got to play the shots like that to get close enough. So Richie's probably going to get out. I guess we'll just sweat that out. And then maybe we'll get lucky and Anderson will win this and give us another Hill one. A lot of Hills today, which is not really too surprising with the caliber of the players and the short races. And right after Richie gets this down, I will announce one more player for you guys. It is a double announcement, but just in case you missed it, it's a good one. And then I will do one new one that no one's seen tonight, and then I'll post it on Facebook later on in life. All right, what do you know? I got to answer the phone. While I do that, you guys can hang out with this gentleman. All right, so if you guys didn't know, FSR will be at Amazin Billiards playing and competing in the McDermott Classic. #1 World 9-Ball Tour player in the world as far as the rankings go. So that will be pretty exciting. And I'm not going to announce them all right now, but let me tell you, we have a lot of high-level players like this coming. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry to the Facebook world out there because I accidentally got distracted and just pushed the wrong button. Shut it off. YouTube, you should be fine. That's the nice thing about YouTube. It's really hard to break it. It is really hard to break it, but I gotta set up Facebook differently. But it's just tough sometimes when I'm over here. I'm literally talking, clearly talking with headphones on, looking at a screen, and people come up to me and start talking to me, and it can be just tough. It's just tough. That's all. That's all. So it looks like in the meantime, Ron got that carom down. So we're gonna have another great match. Richie Britt is waiting to play the hot seat, but we're gonna go right back up with Ron and Choni Tenzin. I'm not sure. I'm probably saying it wrong. The smart bet is that I'm pronouncing every name I say wrong, so forgive me. But Tenzin's definitely correct. Ron Ricard. I think it's Choni. Choni? I don't know. Probably not. But it's going to be a good match. Two 600, mid-high 600 players coming right at you. And hopefully I can get another one of these players out for you guys to see. We'll definitely do that in a little bit. I promise I won't get too distracted to do it. When it's going to happen, not 100% sure. Hopefully you guys can forgive me on that one. But in the meantime, I'm going to get this match out real quick for you guys so you can sweat some more pool. And TNT is pretty good tonight. The matches are pretty great. Honestly, at least that's how I feel about it. I don't know how you guys feel about it. All right, so let's get this match up for you guys. yeah, it should be a good couple of hours. An hour and a half more of good matches, I expect. So, in the meantime, here we go. Tenzin and Ricard on 5. So this is actually the first time I think I've seen Mr. Tenzin Sr. I don't know. I know his brother was here. I know that his brother was here a bunch recently. I'm not sure if this gentleman has ever been here before. Maybe he has in one time and I forget. But it's really nice to see these guys coming out here and playing and having new players of all the different levels at Amazin. Of course, we had the Joss event this weekend, which was great. I thought it was awesome. I had a fun time, even though I was dead tired the whole time. But yeah, we had so many players that had just never been in the room, and that's really why we do these events. And well, one of the many reasons, of course, just to promote pool in general is another reason. But promoting the room is naturally a really big part of it. Of course, we've been doing tons of stuff in the past few years just to, show everybody that Amazin Billiards is a pretty cool place to come play pool, especially great place to compete in a tournament. And, I think a lot of you know, or most of you, or some of you, know that we've done a lot of things with the tables recently as far as making things consistent. And as far as the feedback from the players goes, it seems like really mostly 99.9% positive. So we're going to try and keep that up. All right, I think I'm back. Let's see if I can get pulled away 7 more times in the next 5 minutes. All right, so I'm going to take a couple minutes and talk about some other things before we do talk about the next player. one of those things would be, if anybody's interested, you may have heard that we have Scott Frost and Jeremy Jones coming to do commentary for the event, which would be really cool. Actually, both of them are playing at least some of the events. Scott's playing all 3 of the events. He's going to play the 1 ball, 1 pocket. And he's going to play the 1 pocket. And he's going to play the 9 ball. And then Jeremy's just going to play the 1 ball, 1 pocket on Tuesday night, because he's going to be doing commentary the whole time. Except Friday. He's taking Friday off of commentary to give a whole bunch of lessons. Unfortunately, the Jeremy Jones lessons are completely filled up. However, we do have lessons with Scott Frost. It's actually a clinic. It's a little longer than the Jeremy. It's going to be 3.5 hours approximately. It'll probably end up being a little bit longer, but 3.5 hours for sure. It's limited to just 5 people per session. There's only 2 sessions, and there might be like 3 spots total left. If that, to be honest, because there's some people that reached out to me that I need to reach back out to. But the dates for that are going to be Sunday, March 10th. It's going to start at 3 p.m. And then I know there's a couple spots in that. And then the other date is Thursday, March 14th, starting at 8 p.m. And that's going to be really fun because it's going to be at the end of the, it's going to be at the end of the 1 auction for the 9 ball, which we're going to do hybrid in person and online. So we're going to start it online and finish it in person. And not only are we going to do it in person, but we're going to stream it online. So it's going to be something new that we've seen little bits and pieces of before, but it's going to be, I don't think everyone's ever done that. Starting it online, finishing it in person, but also letting people online bid. So we're going to try it out. That way we can get the auction really bumping up there. And that should be fun. So you can either come down and sweat it in person, check out all the pros playing. I'm sure there'll be an action match. I'm sure there'll be people, matching up. Plus, we'll have the pay-per-view. You can access all the tables. I'll turn the streams on, and you can sweat the random action matches that I'm sure are going to be going down around the room. I mean, it happened last time. We were just way too busy to stream it. But this time we got... DeMarco's going to be here helping me, and I have a lot more help, so it should be a really great night. But what I'm getting at is, hold on one sec, guys. But what I'm getting at is if you want to come on Thursday night, it'll be really fun, but there's only 1 spot left for Thursday of the 5. So you can also just come in and check out the events. It is going to be some admission fees and VIP seating. Not 100% sure about the details of that yet, but in the next couple weeks I will release some things about that. So it's coming. All the info is coming. And we'll just flash this flyer right here for 1 second while he's shooting this 4-ball hanger in the side. And of course there is an event page on the Amazin Billiards website on Facebook. And you can go check out the details there, or you can contact me by email or phone or text or 7 other messages. I'm sure you guys can find me. Hold on 1 sec. Okay, alright, so perfect time to put the flyer back up. But as you guys can see, I'm constantly getting pulled away because I work the desk here at Amazin and run the tournament at the same time. And try to do a bunch of other work while I'm here too, but... So here it is. Scott Frost, also known as the Freezer. Arguably, not really arguably, I mean he's top 5 or 10 one-pocket player in the world at any given day. And you get to come in with 5 other guys or 4 other guys rather, for about 4 hours, 3.5, 4 hours. And learn directly from him in a private setting. You're not going to have people bugging you or poking in on you. It's not going to be like that. It's just going to be you guys. And I think it's invaluable. I'm kind of jealous that I'll probably be too busy. But maybe I can get a little FaceTime with Scott when he's here alone. But probably unlikely because I'll be so busy. But if I were you guys, I would definitely check it out. It's $250 a person. And the other great part about this is that's how we're able to get these guys in here and do the commentary and really afford it because, that's just how it works. So when you do come and check these things out, you're supporting the event, so it's really twofold. You get to learn about billiards, you get to check out maybe one of your favorite players, and of course you're just promoting pool and helping support all the things that we do around here. So I feel like it's a win-win if you have the time and you got the cash. It's not going to hurt you. I feel like it's really invaluable, honestly. I've personally taken a lesson with a pro before, Alex Pagalian, way back in the day. And, it was a couple $100. And I got to go over to Eric Lim's house and hang out with him. And we played some one pocket and talked about some things like that, and it was definitely worth it, Some of the things I learned didn't necessarily set in until actually years later. But when you take a lesson like that, it lasts a long time. You'll be thinking about something they said, and then all of a sudden one day it will kind of click. So I would say if anyone really wants to work on their game, don't pass up these opportunities because this isn't stuff we really see very often in the Northeast, especially up here in Massachusetts, Rhode Island area. Once in a while you might get Earl to come around or Efren, but I don't think we've had Scott or Jeremy, and we might even do something later on, way after, a couple weeks after McDermott with another player. I don't want to spoil it too much now just in case it doesn't come to be a reality, but I think it is, so some other things to look forward to. Which actually reminds me that I'm supposed to tell you guys another player, so for about 5 minutes, you guys sweat this. And if you're really good and you're still here in 5 minutes, I promise I'll get another release of the name for the McDermott Classic for you guys. Be right back. All right. So what's going on here in this match? Wow, it's only 1-0. Kind of surprised. I'm not overly surprised. I don't know Mr. Tenzin's game at all, so I'm not sure if it's a slower rate of play because I have not honestly been paying attention to the match. Even though I've technically been staring right at it. But whatever. He wants to win. This is for cash right here. If he wins this, he will be guaranteed cash for third place. So I can't fault him for taking his time. But at some point, he's got to decide. But I don't even know how long he's been in this situation. So let's see what happens here. I think he's going to go for the Z shot with a little masse. Nope, he was hooked pretty good. You know, it's often overlooked in that situation when you're really that stuck. You really just should tie up a ball. You know, sometimes I go for shots and I just think, man, I should have tied up a ball. So, and actually, ultimately, he did tie up a ball, kind of. I mean, he blocked the 2-ball with the 6. Don't think that was his intention, but it just goes to show you how effective it can be when you do it on purpose. So, not sure if he's trying to stun into this position or go 3 rails into this position on the 2, or if he's going to play for the bank from here. I don't really know. So we'll see what happens, though. Alright, he went 1 rail into the 6. Alright, great shot. I didn't see that for some reason. So that's pretty great. He got a little straight, but he should be okay. I think he's just got to take his medicine on this 4-ball. And given where the 5-ball is, I'll see players try to get really good on this 4-ball when they don't need to. They're probably better off just making the 2 medium shots to shoot the 2 and then cut the 4. Just because the 5 is in such a good position that you don't need to be that great on the 4 to get on. It's worth risking the miss like that. I know he was trying to get off the rail there, and that's not what he was trying to do, so maybe he was going for just the cinch and missed it, but it is a mistake I see often. I can actually remember the moment where I was watching Fran Salas play, and it dawned on me how often he was taking a quote-unquote tough shot to guarantee his position because he just knew it wasn't going to make a difference if he was a foot closer, you know. But that is what I feel is a mistake I see a lot. Now it can be the opposite when you have a low to medium level shot and you have the chance to get good on the tough shot and you don't quote unquote fight for position. So it can be hard to navigate both those things, but Mr. Tenzin here has decided to just take his medicine, as they say, and really he just needs to come across a little bit with outside. He should be okay. I mean, not only is the 5 in a good position, but the 6 is in a favorable position as well. So he should be fine. Now you just got to be careful with this. You can either really thin it and get the long run. You want to make sure you don't scratch, and it's pretty easy to scratch by accident. But he's alright. He played that great. And he's going to be rewarded for, you know, not overdoing it for no reason and recognizing the layout of the table. So I would say that that's a decent lesson for you guys. But if you don't like my lessons, maybe you've seen this gentleman's YouTube channel who's going to be here at the McDermott Classic. Oh, we'll sweat it. We'll make you wait these 3 balls before we tell you who it is. Maybe you guys can guess at that hint who it might be. Why is the sound breaking off every 3 seconds? Probably because I keep walking away every 3 seconds and turning it off. Not sure if that's why or if it's actually breaking up. Hard for me to tell for you guys. But like I said, I do work here at Amazin Billiards and run the tournament at the same time, so I'm often pulled away from the stream. And Rich S., thank you very much for your compliment about the stream. It's definitely not perfect right now. Like I said, it can be tough when I can't focus on the stream and have to work, but I did want to get on here and tell you guys some things. So after he sinks this 9-ball, we will drop the next player in the McDermott Classic. He's actually playing the 1 pocket and the 9-ball. I don't think he's going to make the 1-ball 1 pocket, but Niels Fine will be at Amazin Billiards this March for the McDermott Classic. I'm telling you, I got a lot more of these just like this, guys. I got a lot more just like this. But, of course, we're going to milk it because it's more fun that way. And, of course, if you guys want to play with one of these players, you can sign up for the event. We got spots left in the 9-ball event. Maybe a couple spots in the other event. But we do have a few spots left in the 9-ball event. So if you want a chance to play one of these guys, be at the event, you can contact me to sign up. Of course, there is going to be an admission fee, so if you sign up for the event, you get into the event to watch, so it's kind of a real no-brainer. You get to be part of it and spectate, and you got a chance to meet Mr. Niels Fine, maybe play him, maybe you crack him. Imagine that. Sign up for the tournament and you just crack a pro in front of everybody. I think that's worth the price of admission right there, potentially. But even if you don't win, you're going to learn a lot, trust me. Every time I've ever played a pro, and it's only been a few times, I learned a lot, trust me. You know, I played a pro once and I was too calm, you know. Didn't think I could win, so I was just so relaxed, and I really could have won. It was a short race and a Joss event. And then there have been other times when I'm too nervous, you know, and chance where I was 7-7 with, might have even been 7-6 in a race to 9 on the bar table with Jonas. You know, I probably could have won that, but counted myself out. So I think there is a lot of value in playing a top player and realizing how human their game is. Don't get me wrong, they'll play perfect on you, but they don't have to, and you can, you know, anybody can win with the cue in their hands, and I think it's a valuable lesson playing one of these guys. So that's it. Those are the top 3 we got right now. Not the top 3, but those are 3 of the top guys. Just in case you missed it, Albin, FSR, and Niels Fine. 3 of the top players in the World 9-Ball Tour that will be here in March. And over the next few days and weeks, we're going to release more and more of these players. And the best part is you guys won't have to listen to me all week. Mike DeMarco will be back here. He'll be joined by Scott and Jeremy. They'll be I think it'll be a really fun time watching the stream. Of course, we're going to do the multi-table streaming like we already do. That's why we're working hard to get feedback and work out any small issues there are with that before then. Try to get the quality up there as high as we possibly can before the event. Still got about 6 weeks, so plenty of testing and tweaking to do. But yeah, that will also be available for all the events, the 1 pocket. The cool thing about the 1 pocket event is we're going to do live scoring. So when you're watching the 1 pocket, it's going to be mandatory for the players to keep score digitally with the ball count. So you don't need to sit there, tune into a match that just started and wonder why what the score is, because you're going to know. So that's going to be something that we don't normally have in 1 pocket streams that or most 1 pocket streams don't normally have. We do it here. But that is going to be something that I think is going to be really enjoyed by the One Pocket fans. You know, just imagine tuning into the match and going back and forth, and now you know the ball count even though there's no commentary, because it just makes it so different for you One Pocket fans. Knowing the ball count really makes watching the game a lot more exciting. You know, if you like watching One Pocket, of course. Not at least during the McDermott, we won't. Not this year. I'm sure there will be some 3-cushion tournaments coming up. Amazin did just have his large event over in California. I mean, that was just a couple weeks ago, so I know he does that every 6 months. But right now, there's nothing on the immediate horizon for 3-cushion. But when there is, you'll know it, because I'll probably end up streaming it. And of course, we'll talk about it here and show it here. But the McDermott is the next big thing coming up. And of course, there are some other events. I'm going to shout out some of Mike's events. For any of you guys who want to play some pool this weekend, we don't have anything here in Amazin Billiards, but there is something out in Fall River for some of the higher level players. We got this Shoot Till You Miss 8-ball 1250 max partners, which is pretty cool because it's a unique format. All those guys, maybe your friend got too good and now you can't play the 1200 with them anymore. Here's your chance to buddy up with some stronger players. There's going to be absolutely killer teams in this 1250 max. That's 2A players all day long over at Straight Shooters in Fall River. If you haven't been to the new location, it's pretty cool. Check it out. Shout out to Joey. And special thanks to Joey for moving the chow mein this past weekend to help accommodate the Joss event here at Amazin Billiards. That's a really great community and just awesome from Joey and all those guys. So huge thanks. Thanks. So, Mr. Man R, you mentioned that the sound was cutting out. I was curious if that's still happening or not. Hopefully it's not. Oh, okay. So I just noticed a comment from earlier that I did say, I have to read it, Choni. I did say his name correct, so that's the first one for me. Wow, that's a pretty sporty shot right there. Don't do it to him. Risk of scratching off the 8 here. Wow, if that was going any faster, it would have been in the drink. So he's got a pretty tough back cut here. He might need to really check this up with some English. And maybe play it 2 rails or 3 rails short side. If you look at this angle, you might see what I'm talking about. Or maybe he can just try and float it. He risks a scratch here for sure. But maybe we'll come in short enough and he'll just be fine with controlling his speed. It's so easy to undercut that shot. But yeah, I mean, even right now we got some good matches. Not 800 speed, but pretty great matches. I honestly think sometimes some of the best matches are the amateur matches because they miss. It's a little more exciting. They could play great. They could just, miss a lot. It can be really fun to watch. If you're a pool fan, of course. If you're not a pool fan, probably not that fun to watch. I mean, how many of you guys watched the Lucas matches this weekend? I mean, can you get any more exciting than double Hill finals with crazy, you know, that's like the type of ending you might script, you know, for all you football fans out there. You know what I'm talking about. But, man, that was as real as it gets as far as pool tournaments go. Double Hill. Lucas has it, then he doesn't, then he has it. Both players probably going through torture emotionally. And that's just how the game really is. I think it's why we all play it. It's never over till it's over. I know I'm getting a couple issues with Wirecast recently. Windows and Wirecast both updated at the same time, which is usually a recipe for some sort of glitch for a week. But it's okay, because that's just how streaming goes in 2024. The only good thing is I got plenty of time to work out a few kinks before the big event. But all you computer guys out there will know the trick is never update. Ever. If you can avoid it. But sometimes you can't. Sometimes you leave, you come home. Or you come back to your computer, rather, and it updated by itself, and then you're doomed. There's nothing you can do. But I am going to be changing some stuff around on the computers. I might even have to purchase another PC to make sure everything is 150% rock solid for March. Wow, that's a pretty great break. How's the 2-ball going to treat him? What a great break. It's the silver break. I don't know if you guys ever watched that. The WPA stream with the guy, the announcer. Oh man, if you haven't, after this, I highly recommend going and Googling the maybe what was it, the John Mora verse. I think it might have been Victor Zelensky or someone like that. I forget who it was, but it was like a Hill match with John Mora, and the guy's commentary is so hilarious. Like you wouldn't believe it wasn't dubbed. Like if someone told you it was a joke and it was dubbed over, you would believe them 100%. Absolutely hilarious. Makes me look good. That's how funny it is. All right. So he's thinking here. Meanwhile, we got some action in the background. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Anderson and Hussein, who loves to play 8-ball, but they're back there in action. So that's kind of cool to see. Hussein loves 8-ball, so I know they're gambling, that's for sure. All right, so big miss there. Kind of didn't expect that. Obviously, tons of pressure right here on Ron being down, but with these short races, you're never out of it. On the second chance this weekend, I was down 2-0 a couple times and came back and won and ended up finishing second, unfortunately, but I was okay with second considering all the weekend to be able to play halfway decent even for races to 3. I was cool with that. Plus, I got a couple bucks. Never hurts. Never hurts to get a couple bucks after a long weekend. So I'm not complaining. Dan Charlo managed to beat me. I won the first set of the finals and lost the second set of the finals. Hill. All right. Ron's got to be happy. Didn't scratch there. But there's a pretty straightforward safety, I think. Try to get it right on the 5-ball here, maybe. Yep, just like that. That's pretty good. Now it's pretty close. If you're really good with the jump cue, you can jump this. But I don't know. I think the 4 is in the way of the jump, so probably kick. Get some options, maybe 2 rails from this top rail, the short rail here. That's what he's looking at right now. Yep, that was the shot, I think. He just missed it, so. Tenzin's got ball in hand. It's going to be real easy to get to the tricky 5 ball from here. And he's probably going to get out. Unless I jinx him. Alright, so I think he could have been a little straighter here. He might come across short side, or he might pull it by the side pocket. Yeah, short side's the shot for sure. So, looks like he plays pretty good. I'd say similar style to his brother, from what I've seen. Definitely plays good. Don't know if he was trying to come down or hold it or what. I think he was trying to come down. He should be okay here. You can let it swing around, or you can try and hold it. I like to swing this one personally, but let's see what he does. Yep, he swung it. He's going to hit the 9 though. Yep. That was the shot though. I don't think holding it was going to work out any better. He's probably going to fire the bank in the side. He's got a big lead. Pretty much have to shoot this ball, I'd say. Yep, he's measuring the bank out right now. This table bank's a little shorter than you might think it's gonna at speed. Actually bank's real similar to some other tables that we've had in the past. There you go, Ginger. Really good speed on that bank. And here we go. We're going to come right up with a great match. The 2 strongest players in the field will be playing a race to 5 in the hot seat. It's Richie Britt and Shoni Tenzin coming right up right this second. No delay at all. And the winner of this match, race to 5, is the winner of the tournament. I should probably do the payouts now since I've been slacking. So I'm going to take a minute to do the payouts while they get started. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back, and we'll talk about some other fun stuff. All right, here we go. Sorry, came in hot there. My bad. Came in super hot there. Richie's table sprung a leak. Unfortunately, no shot. Oh, that's the weirdest thing. No shot on the 2, really. He might be able to go rail first. Pretty hard to tell from the 50 angles I have. Oh, no, he can go rail first, and you know he is, because how can you not? Especially in a race to 5. Yep, gets it down. Nice shot. Not much of a reward. Don't think he has it in the right corner. He might. He might have it. He might even just swing at the 9. I don't think so, though. I think he has a clean pocket here with pretty natural position. Overcutting it? No. That was a great shot. He was flirting with the scratch, though, there. Richie looks like he's in stroke right now. Hit that, I think, with a little bit too much center ball. Need to punch it a bit more. So he's got options. I like him just taking this natural cut at a medium speed. Not sure how he's going to shoot it. He's going to roll it or what? Yep. Gets it down. Gets it down for sure. And he says, my house. I think that's what he's going for. He says, I'm winning the tournament today. Nothing like starting with a good break and run. It is alternate break. I've considered making this tournament winner break, but wow. That's going to sting. I think I jinxed him, huh? All right. So I'm sure Richie's upset about that. He had a real good pace there, a nice rhythm. I think even when you have a nice rhythm, it's okay to take a couple extra seconds on the 9 ball. You know what I mean? When you get to those last few balls, I just feel like no matter who you are in the world, it's okay to take an extra second on the money ball. I don't care what the 9 ball is doing. I'm going to shoot it slowly or slower. It could be hanging in the pocket. And I'm just going to take that extra second because there's nothing worse than missing a... Maybe rush it. I'm not saying he rushed it. I'm just saying he had a good rhythm there. And a lot of times when you're playing, it can be easy to pick up the pace as you go. Slowly increase your pace by accident. And in 9 ball, really, when you get to the end of the rack, you actually have less chances to recover, less routes to make up position. So you really get tied down into certain spots, and you need to take that extra time. You know, I always say the first 5 balls or whatever are one rack, or one part, the first stage of the rack, and then the last 2 or 3 balls, you should really reset and just start over and think about how you're going to get out and get that point down. But it's a race to 5. He looked like he's playing real good. I'm sure he'll take his time going forward. And with his opponent breaking dry and him having an open look and an open table, if he does make the out here, that's probably going to be putting some pressure on his opponent, even though it's 1-1. So we'll see what happens. He looks determined, that's for sure. And then I feel like just because the tables are playing real similar to each other finally, you know, players are just going to play better when they're here because there's going to be less time to adjust from table to table. So I think we're just going to get a chance to see players really playing their best pool, which is awesome. That's what we want. That's why we made these changes, so... They're just waiting for the players next to them. Again, actually, I don't really know. Is that up? Do I have that one up? I do have it up. I don't know what they're doing or what they're betting or what the race is, but you can actually go and watch that match live, even though it's not on the bracket, by visiting that other link I was talking about, digitalpool.net/Amazin. And because that table is still live right now, you can watch it from there, even though there's no match on the bracket, which is kind of cool. Cool thing that I realized recently. So I think during the Thursday night when all the players are here, I'm going to kind of just leave the streams on and let the players know if you're playing an action match or you're gambling, do me a favor and use the digital scoreboard, and maybe we can get some little bits of information about each match. And you guys can sweat the whole room's action. Of course, it's going to be pay-per-view, so please understand that, but it will be included in the entire package of the week for that. But you're going to be getting a package. Not 100% sure of the pricing yet, but it will be the 1-ball, 1-pocket, the 1-pocket tournament, the 9-ball tournament, the action at night. It's going to be all that. 99% sure the main table right here is going to be free. So there will be that. We'll probably do some giveaways. And hope you guys support with maybe some donations and some razzes and things like that. But yeah, it's going to be a really good week. So Richie Britt kind of making some mistakes late in the rack and letting Joni in here. I do feel like maybe he's just shooting a hair too quick. I went back and watched my match this weekend during the hot seat or the finals or something. And in my head I'm playing like I'm like molasses, But when I watched my match, I wasn't slow. I was just like regular speed. And it makes me think that maybe when I'm playing pool, my mind is racing so much that it just feels like everything takes forever. Of course, as we all know, I don't have a problem taking my time on a shot, but I'm talking like it feels like every shot I'm over there stroking the ball for 5 minutes, but when I watch the tape, it's really not like that, which is another reason why it's, returning the favor for Richie, leaving him a little tougher than he left him, but seems like he jumped on that one a little bit too. But what I was saying was it's so invaluable to watch your matches. And for me, I never get to play here and watch my own matches. So it was kind of cool to experience my own system from a player's point of view for a minute. Oh, my camera is shaky. We gotta fix that one too. Lots of fun fixes over the next weeks. It's really just when the air comes on, it blows on that. So I need to find some way to mount it better. The challenge is low budget streaming with Beau-Powers. But this should turn out to be a great match right here, honestly. Alright, yeah. Maybe it was just me walking away, Mr. Man R on YouTube, because I was walking away and turning the volume down over and over again. So maybe that had something to do with it. And I said I was going to do the payouts, so we got 160. It's only it's only 16 players tonight. But I usually pay out 4 spots. I know other tournaments, weekly tournaments, pay really top heavy, but I kind of set up this tournament hoping that we would get more players to come in from league play to try out tournament play. So I want to pay that 4th spot. So I usually give the 4th spot their money back. It's just a saver. So we got 160 for first, 120 for second, $70 for third, and $30 for fourth. So, and it's there's a $5 fee that goes to the room. I actually don't take a fee out of this event at all because I'm working and I'm going to be here anyways, and I just want to, do something to give back to pool. I don't think people realize that. The room takes a $5 fee, and actually how it works for this event is I'm allowed to use the money to projects you might see in the room. Recently, I've used some of that money for some things. I've used TNT $5 per player on would be like the cell phone chargers around the room. That was a thing that I used that money for, or I'm trying to think of some other things. You know, like chairs and tables and things like that. So that's my arrangement with Mr. Shooney, who is pretty generous to let me do that. And it adds up to a pretty cool little budget to improve the room for everybody that plays in it over a year. If you guys have never met Shooney, he's a super nice guy. Really approachable, so if you're ever in here, feel free to talk to him. Maybe harass him a little bit for me. No, I'm just kidding. Well, maybe I'm half kidding. And maybe some of you guys aren't even aware who's on table 7, Ben. Ben, it's Anderson and it's Anderson and Hussein. That's who it is. I mean, you can go watch it if you want, Ben. Like I said, it's digitalpool.net/Amazin. digitalpool.net/Amazin. Oh, we got matches coming up. That's a really good one coming up on 6. Maybe we'll do a dual stream with Jose and Ron Ricard. Is that a rematch? Did they just play earlier? Nope, they didn't. My memory is not good. And then, what table is open for this other match? 11. Yeah, 11. I like to make sure I don't accidentally not stream anyone's matches as often as possible, just because it can be a bummer to play good or you want to see a shot you made and then you go to watch it, it's not there. But it can also be very challenging to stream all the tables every time. But I'm trying. I can promise you I'm trying.
Stevie Curtis on 11, Jose and Ron on 6.
All right, so this match right here is turning to be a pretty good one. It's got the making of a hill. Wow, Richie hit that pretty good. Didn't quite get there. Got away with it. Probably a pretty simple kick here. If you can hit it pretty full, you can get a kick and stick. The 4 and the 9 should be pretty big. These are tough. You watch the pros shoot these shots. I say this quite a bit, but these kick and stick shots, you watch them shoot them and they nail them every time. I was actually going for 2 rails. Kind of surprised. I don't agree with this shot. Yeah, I didn't like that shot. But you watch the pros do those kick and sticks, and they're so good at them. But if you've ever played on brand new cloth, you'll notice that ball will just hit the back of the ball and freeze so easily. It doesn't do that on worn-in cloth. So I'm not taking anything away from them. I'm just trying to point out some of the differences on equipment. Don't feel like Richie needed to do that. You know, he seems like he's overhitting a lot of stuff right now. But with the 2-ball where it is, this is tough. It's not even any reward to shoot this, and the safety is so tough. You almost want to just not make this on purpose and kind of freeze the balls together. You know, no reward in making it. I think you get punished if you make it. He's looking at an easy foul here now. He needs to come in and kick this 2 rails from the top. And he knows it. I think you're going to see him come up here and shoot. I'm trying to figure out where he would be. He needs to shoot about into the D of the Amazin Billiards to make this hit. Maybe right between the D and the S with some spin, we should probably get him there. Let's see what he does. Looks like he's going to play this a little bit too short. Yeah. So he needed to come a bit longer. That was a good attempt. He was just trying to land right on it, kind of like a one-pocket shot. But I think he should have just done that with the one ball, really. It can be so hard to pass up an open shot. Richie should be okay here. Should be able to use a lot of spin and open this up, and maybe he can even dig on it and come in real tight to the corner. Or you can just go around the 7. He's got options. Yep, there you go. Sometimes I forget the speed of the new tables and how you can kind of hold some things now that would have been tough before. If I collect, I get the 50 for a donation? Oh, I'm just going to tell him his bill is 50 plus. I could use some donations right now. The most generous person when it comes to those things, as you probably all know, or maybe you don't. Ben's company that he works for, him and his brother's company, Pinnacle HVAC. There's the logo right there right now, which is probably perfect timing, right? They do HVAC, which is, heating and cooling systems. And they were actually my first sponsor way back when. And they've been adding money to the finale for a couple of years now. And that's how we're able to, add 5,000, do a $500 second chance, and keep these events going like this. So if you do happen to need any services like that, don't forget who supports pool around here, And they're a real honest company. I think they have this open book policy where they just show you all their numbers and this is the price. No funny business, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. Sometimes it can be real hard to just find a good, honest business. And when you have one that supports things you like, you really got to do the world a favor and support those things too. Mid 600s and missing easy shots. Well, I don't know who worked. This tournament started at 7. Hold on 1 second. We'll keep talking about that topic. Okay, so here we go. Fred Anzavino? Man, I gotta sound it out, huh? I gotta go back to grammar school with these names, I swear to God. So he says, are they tired? Mid 600s, missing easy shots left and right. ... Crazy. I played Richie a bunch of times at Snookers, and that's not him at all. Well, I would like to say something about Snookers versus this table. Snookers has 5-inch pockets. This table has 4.25-inch pockets. So, there's that. This table is probably as tight, maybe tougher than, it might be a hair tougher than table 1 right now. Because table 1, I was there a couple weeks ago, has new cloth. I would think it's playing a touch easier than this table. But this table is probably comparable to that level of difficulty. I think the pocket is a hair smaller. But the balls are slidey, but the cloth is old, so that's how I would judge it. And Ryan Lynham was here a few weeks ago, and he said something similar about that. So the table's tough. It's not too tough. It's not like the Rasan that would make Jonas Soto was here playing Francelis a couple of years ago. He looked like an APA 4 on that table. So that table is brutal. This one's not so bad, but it's late. They're on the stream. And pool can just be like that. Sometimes you have your highs and your lows. I also think Choney, as his brother said above here, he just started back up playing a couple weeks ago, so he's probably not really playing 680 speed. Same thing with Richie. Richie's been he's only like a month back into his pool grind. If you don't know about Richie, he's a laborer. He's a bricklayer, which is a really intensive physical job. And in the winter, he just doesn't want to be out there freezing his butt off. So he takes his leave during the cold months and plays pool. Takes some time off, not to kill his body. So, he's not playing pool all 12 months out of the year. You might not see Richie play at all during the nice months. He's going to be working and playing golf. So he's definitely not like in full Richie Britt form right now. So I think that's part of it based on those two things, That's what I would say about that. And I think people that know these guys would probably agree with that. And, it can be tough. Pool can be tough. You just miss sometimes. It's mental. So much mental. And, he came out swinging. He ran that rack and then missed that 9. And then I got to wonder, would he have missed so many shots if he didn't miss that 9? It can just be like that, the game. I think we all know that. Every level of player knows that. And it's pretty cool. We got almost 100 viewers right now on Tuesday night, which is pretty cool, especially since I managed to fumble and shut off the Facebook stream like 3 times tonight. We used to stream it in a different way where it wouldn't shut off like that, but there's some issues with that service, so it's always a fun challenge. Getting everything to work perfectly every time. Just like getting your game to work perfectly every time, it just doesn't happen like that. Alright, so he's eyeing this thin cut. I wonder if he's going to try and bump this 6 or what. I think he probably will. Nope. Wonder if that was just a safety. Got him. Left him tough, but this is pretty makeable. It's one of those makeable, missable shots, if that makes any sense. Look how straight that ball is. Look how straight it is. That's crazy. So yeah, I'm sure they're playing at least 50 a game, 8-ball in the background. I wonder if they're playing back pocket. Wouldn't surprise me either way. Alright, so he went for the slow roll. What a great shot. He was so straight. I don't think he was going to be able to do much more than that. And what I've noticed about Joni here is he's recognizing when he just has to take his medicine, and that's what good players do. So even... No, I know you're not talking. I know you're not talking badly. I realize that. I'm sorry if I came across like that, but that's not what I was saying. No, it starts at 7. I think, like I said, it's just the factors I mentioned where they're both not really in their normal stroke form, and that's basically it. It started at 7, you know, so they have been playing for a few hours. I know when I got here, I got here about 5:30 or 5 o'clock, and Richie was here already, so maybe he's been here all day. And also, Richie is an early riser. I don't know Joni Tenzin very well. I think this might have been my first time actually meeting him. I can't remember if I met him before. But Richie wakes up like at 5 a.m., you know, so he's been up all day. I'm sure he is tired. It's hard to be perfect every day. That's I think everyone's going to agree on that one. But yeah, Fred, I realize you're not talking trash or anything like that. But I would think my analysis is pretty spot on, just knowing his routine. You know, Richie used to work at Amazin Billiards when I couldn't even run a rack of 9-ball like 6 years ago or 5 years ago. Yeah, exactly. And then Shoney's brother. Oh man, I'm gonna butcher your name. I don't even want to say it because I can't say it right. I'm trying to remember how you said it to me like 5 times, and I just can't remember it, buddy. I'm so sorry. Tessafel? Like, no, that's totally wrong. Shouldn't have even tried. I just can't say it. Spell it out for me, buddy. No, I'm just kidding. But his brother is in the chat here, and he's saying that, you know, Shoney hasn't played for 5 years, and that's probably true. That's probably why I've never seen him out. I've seen his name and on the Fargo stuff when I look up players and things like that, and he only has 350 racks robustness. Let's compare that to someone like me who has 4,200, I think, or someone like Ben or Steve Sutton who have 10,000 racks. You know, so hey, he saw you playing and making money. He said, "Little bro can't do that." I'm assuming you're the little brother. Call me daddy, he says. All right, Daddy Tenzin. Be careful what you wish for, buddy. I gotta get the Facebook chat up on here so the YouTube guys can see it. That's more of an OBS trick than a Wirecast trick. Alright, so he's a little funny. That's the story of this match. Who can run out the balls really nice and get awkward on the 9 the most. You can tell they're both almost playing really well. Safella. L. What? That made it worse for me. We're sticking with Daddy. We're gonna call you DT. Wow, got that down. Really nice shot to tie it up. And like I said a couple minutes ago, this has the making of Hill Hill. I'm hoping that they finish up right in time to watch the next match on the main table, even though it's going to go a little late tonight, but it happens sometimes. Maybe not, we'll see. Actually, probably won't work out quite like that. But I'm willing to bet this will end right as we have the quarterfinals. Or excuse me, it'll be the semifinals, I think. Second place match. Kind of gets confusing when we do it like this. Cephal. Cephal? Cephal. Is that it? Cephal? The T is silent. Oh, that made it easy. I just couldn't get over the T. Cephal. Is that right? Probably not. Probably not. I'm probably like the biggest hypocrite when it comes to names because everybody pronounces my name wrong. I don't really get mad about it. It's just funny. I think it's like poetic that I can't say anybody's name right. I'm always Boo and Beau and Bo and Box. I got all the names. Cephal. Alright, that's all we had to do was just pretend there's no T. Nice. Speech therapy Facebook stream with Beau-Powers. Alright, tough shot here. Real easy to undercut this ball. Wow, got it down. And you can see where he hit that, you know. Table's not playing like brutal. I think he deserved to make the ball shooting it like that, but I don't think that would have went on the diamond in the back. You know, I think this is a good playing Gold Crown stream table, especially with worn in cloth. He's upset that he's straight there. He might have to play for the bank here. I think it might be wise to play for the bank, honestly. Let's see. Let's see what kind of discipline he has. He's reaching, so if he wasn't reaching, he might want to power draw this back. Straight back and out for the 6, for the 5, which I like that shot. He has a nice angle for it. Maybe. He might bump the 7 doing that, but if he bumps the 7 softly, that could put him in position for the 5. So he's getting his extension, which makes me think he might be going for the power draw shot. But yep. Wow, he hit that good. And he didn't go to suck it all the way back, so he had that good angle to get right there. You know, he didn't try to go for like overdo it, go all the way to the rail. So he does seem like he's wise and disciplined in his shot selection. That's what I'm seeing right here, you know. I'm seeing shot selection of someone his rating. And his fundamentals are there too. You can just tell he's maybe a little bit rusty. A little favorable roll there. He's going to have to reach over and swing this maybe short side now. Or you can try and just take that cut. But I really think on a shot like this, he should fight to get closer. So let's see what he does. I think he really should swing this to try and get close to the 7. But if he does take his medicine and shoot it from up there and gets out, it would be pretty impressive. Going lefty. Yeah, he doesn't like it though. Going behind the back. It's probably easier on a shot like this. He's going to swing it for sure. He underhit that quite a bit. I think he needed to really let that go. I think he really needed to wrap that around short side, but he can make this and try and come above the 8. Kind of soft like. Or maybe he can go back and forth and get short side on the 8, but he's making this out tough. I think he missed a good recovery shot opportunity there, but I'm sure his speed wasn't perfect going behind the back. He's got a nice long bridge going on there. Is the extension still on? Nope. That's just his preferred bridge length, perhaps. Yep. Wow, I'm surprised that went in. And this is what happens. He's just getting slowly more out of line, but he's not so out of line that he can't get it down. But he is at risk of missing this 8 ball and giving Richie an easy one. Water on rocks next time on me. Alright, sounds good.
Which way to go?
But yeah, if you guys don't know, just in case, you know, you guys have missed it, we've changed TNT to 9-ball. So it was 8-ball, and we were shortening the races because it was going so late. But it's just 9-ball now. So I think that's why we're getting some better players coming out. And yeah, hopefully the word gets out and people come and get great players. What a great shot. What a great shot. How's the speed? He's going to come up perfect or perfect. Wow, what a great shot that was. Truly. What a great out. Yep. Looks like he's playing pretty good. You know, flashes of the old himself, I'm sure there. I'm sure back in the day though he wouldn't be out of line, but what I think about with amateur pool is a lot of the time it's really recovery shots are so important. You're not necessarily going to have a perfect cue ball. You just kind of gotta get it done with those tough shots. That's really just how it can be when you're at this level, sub 700 level. You know, he's right at that high A, close to open level, I would consider it. Nice shot there, not getting the one to cooperate exactly the way he wanted, tying up with the 6, and he's jacked up over what looks to be the 8-ball, so. Hello to Mr. Bernie. All right, so both players are in a position where they could have had a commanding lead because of missed 9 balls. So we'll see what happens as we finish out the last few racks here. Meanwhile, in the background, it's 1-1 in a race to 3 with Ron Ricard and Jose in the back. And so it's pretty fun here. We got Bernie practicing on the action table. We got Anderson and Hussein gambling. We got the hot seat final match right here. And we got a match with 2 mid-600s over there. It's kind of pretty cool. This is what Amazin Billiards should be every day. So it looks like Ron just made it to the hill there, but in a race to 3, I mean, it's anyone's game. And again, if you want to go watch that match, you can check it out on the bracket. And like I said, for some of you guys to remember this tip, if the bracket links are being a little finicky during the live matches, this won't work for recorded matches, just so you know. But for live matches, you can go to digitalpool.net/Amazin. Now that link's going to change eventually, so keep that in mind, but it should work for a while longer. They are moving it eventually to digitalpool.com, but for right now it's at .net. But like I said, Digital Pool is doing some really cool things, and I'm doing some cool things with them. Of course, my system isn't really a true digital pool system. It's my own system, and they help me out on the back end. But in many ways, they're similar. But I think over the next year, we'll see everything becoming really smooth and more reliable. I've heard some people say things like, oh, digital pool doesn't work or whatever, and they compare it to my system. But I think people need to realize just how different my system is than the regular digital pool systems. A lot of the times when you're watching like Upstate or Zach streams, they're going on the road to random places that don't have good internet, setting up a system from scratch, and they bring these their cameras with them and set it all up. And they have a lot of variables. Meanwhile, my system is a lot different. You might notice that I have overlays on the auxiliary streams and they don't. The quality is a bit different. Wow, Richie one stroke in that one big time. He's got to be frustrated. I know he's steaming. I know he is steaming. But my cameras are different, and the way we send the signal up to the cloud is a lot different too, so they really aren't the same thing, and you can't really expect the same issues one way or the other with them. The only thing that's the same is that you can access it from the bracket. That's really the only real similar thing, and that it's on their server. But the cameras are completely different. The way its signal is sent is completely different. The computers I use are completely different. And also the fact is that if digital pool were to not exist tomorrow, I could still stream on YouTube. But the reason why we use digital pool is because on YouTube, the matches are one solid block of mush. But on digital pool, they chop them up automatically, and there's just going to be so much cool stuff in the future where it's really worth a couple of growing pains now. It's a race to 5. He doesn't realize that. I'm pretty sure I told him earlier, not to mention he gets a text message with the race on it, and there are 2 large screens that say the race on it. Literally right there. But that would be kind of sick if he lost from here, thinking he had won. But yeah, pays to pay attention. For a while, I was actually streaming the auxiliary tables in 4K, but I turned them down for reliability purposes and financial reasons, because I would probably need to buy another $4,000 computer to really do that, and I'm not sure if I'm going to do that right now. I might have to do it anyways, but to be honest, it's really, really extremely hard to tell the difference if you're watching it on your phone. But I am all about pushing the envelope with quality, and I'm sure I'll make that upgrade eventually. It's just with this McDermott tournament coming up, I have tons of expenses and I really need to be careful of how I spend my available funds. But I don't know if you guys remember this time just last year, we weren't streaming all the tables. We didn't have the matches cutting themselves up. We were still on YouTube sometimes. There were tons of glitches that maybe you noticed, maybe you didn't. It was way worse, and if you guys really knew the progress between this year and last year, oh man, I can't even describe how many cool things have happened since I started working with Digital Pool last year. So huge shout out to Zach and Isaac, of course. You know, both doing their different but very important necessary roles. Where Isaac is doing a lot of the coding and Zach is doing a lot of the coding and physical road work, setting up these systems in some other rooms. Of course, like I said, it's very different than my own system that I had before we started working together, but you know, I always say, it's the corny but true saying is, you know, teamwork makes the dream work, and it's just true, especially with pool right now. But Richie, fighting for his life. I mean, he's just been playing great and then just missing out of nowhere. And I think Fred said it correctly when I think Richie's just a bit tired. But don't count him out, especially he knows. He's played plenty of pool to win and lose from many different places. Meanwhile, in the background, it's Hill Hill with Ron Ricard and Jose Soto. It's nice to see Jose come play pool a couple times. So that's pretty cool. You might tune in on that match depending on how it goes. I gotta get the split screen up for the future so we can really watch them both at the same time like I used to do, but so many tricks, so little time. I think this is a good moment though to talk about Scott Frost's coming. If you guys haven't heard, you want to sign up for this, let me know. We got maybe 3 spots left. There's one on Thursday and a couple on Sunday. So if you are interested in getting some one pocket knowledge dropped on you by Scott Frost, please contact me. Unfortunately, the Jeremy Jones lessons are already filled up, so. Alright, Richie's got a push out situation. Shoney has a good break sometimes and then breaks dry the other times. I have to say, I feel like it's kind of a sin to be breaking dry at 550 speed plus when it comes to a magic rack with one on the spot. If you're breaking dry, you really should really consider why. It's just so unnecessary, especially at that level when it's very plausible for you to run out. But Richie's going to have to, let's see. Richie's going to have to fade another break after this if he wins this game. Oh no, will Richie have the Hill break? Okay, I read that wrong. So if Richie wins this game, he will be breaking the balls for the win. So I'm sure he knows he's still in this. And really, you know, the prize money, like I said, I mentioned the payouts. It's like 160, 120, 70, and 30. You know, they're not really playing for the money. They're playing to play pool, playing to win. I mean, getting $100 or $150 at the end of the night and being able to play pool doesn't hurt. Of course, we only have 16 players tonight, so sometimes the payouts are, you know, $100 more for each section, but hopefully the tournament will go back to the average that it had, which is normally we get 20 players. Past couple weeks we had a little bit less, but I think it just ebbs and flows like that because a couple weeks before that we had 20, 25, 22. It's so random. But hopefully some people will come out and check out the tournament now that it's 9-ball and now that the equipment's better, and come play the events getting ready for the McDermott tournament. I know Bernie actually signed up today and paid me. He's playing. Another local that's playing is Steve Sutton. Abdullah is playing. Abdullah Abraham. You guys know Abdullah. Nice kid. Working hard on his game. Definitely making some improvements lately. I'm trying to think of some other locals. I don't know, it's hard. It's hard to remember every single person, but if you're not playing, you gotta ask yourself, man, why am I not playing this tournament? Wow, he's gotta be disgusted with that. He's gonna go jump this. He got the jump cue there. Still though, I don't even know if the out's available just because of the 4-ball where it is. Try and get a peek at it if we can. Up here. Doesn't look like it's gonna go really easily. Justin, this particular tournament right now, is that what you're referring to? Justin Braley on Facebook is asking, are these tourneys Fargo races? If so, what charts? Question mark. This particular tournament is even races. It's races to 4 on the winner side, 3 on the loser side. And when you play the hot seat, it's also the last match, which determines the winner. And it's a race to 5. So it's kind of like single elimination when you get to the hot seat, I guess you would call it, but it's not really like that. It's just a way to shorten it up, really. So, because we were going so late on a Tuesday, you know, now we're not getting done very late. This is a little later than normal, but we'll probably end up being done by 11:30 or 11:45 with everything. So, meanwhile, Ron, Ricard, and Curtis are about to play right now. It looks like Ron came out hill over Jose. Curtis on 6. All right, so Richie Britt, this is the moment he's waiting for. The only problem is that 4 ball, like I mentioned, is just in such a bad spot. It looks like he's got to be sick right now. He needs to jump this and just try and jump it and hopefully stop it right there and leave him really long on the 4 and hard to get back to the 5. I don't think the kick is a good idea because he's probably going to make the out really easy if he kicks it. But yeah, this is just an even race tournament. We do Fargo race tournaments for the monthly 10 ball, which we just had the finale of with 112 players. Hopefully next year when we have the finale, we're going to have a few more gold crowns, 2 more gold crowns. And that will really make a massive difference in how long the tournament takes. Alright, so he jumped it pretty good, except it's kind of a bad roll, really. I mean, that's what happens, though, when you make mistakes. So he's got options. He can try and get real straight on this 5. I think that's what he's going to try and do. Just come across 2 rails, get right on the 5, and then it should be pretty much straightforward out from there if he can do that. Straight across. Is he going to get there? I think so. Should be fine. Well, Ron looks like he's snacking and they haven't gotten to their match table yet, so if he doesn't get there and Shoney gets out, we will watch the Curtis and Ron match on this table. So we'll have to see what happens. And I'm not going to force the issue with Ron, who looks like he wants to eat some food. Plus, it doesn't really matter at this point. Unless Shoney doesn't get out here, and then of course they'll just play in the background there. But it looks like he just has a kind of a straight draw shot. He's a little off angle probably, but I think he's going to get it done. Alright, leaves himself a little bit of a tester here on the 9 for the match and the cash. In that case,
Hey, $4. Hey, go to 5. 1 second. Guys, go to 5.
5?
Yep. So we